Hello. It is time. One second. Can I go auto? No, it sucks. Manual it is. Okay. Hey, gentlemen. Okay, so I feel like I keep... This is getting louder and louder. Hello, hello? Oh, that's really quiet now. Hello, hello? That's really sensitive. I just turned it like a very small amount and it's back to how it was. Okay. At some point recently, I like messed with the dials or something by accident. And ever since then, I feel like I've never quite gotten it right again. I feel like my audio balance is all out of whack. Okay. Alright. Is this too complicated? Have I made something too difficult for me to follow? Too difficult to follow? Alright. Update trigger comes in. Yes. Maybe. I want to consume all the delta time that I can. When is the delta time? It's set to 0 if we use all of it for the timers. That's literally it. Okay. Alright. So tick has the possibility of setting has fired or is firing to true. Actuated can do that as well. So tick only sets it to true if we've elapsed our delay time. I'm opening a Patreon. You better subscribe to the $9.99 option. I don't know. I don't have that kind of money. Grok could not do it. If the mechanism should trigger and the weapon can fire, very English, I tell the weapon scene to play the fire animation, I increment the fire counter, and I call actuated. Now it's possible that mechanism firing is not happening here. And you know what? Well, true. And down here at the very bottom. If delta is greater than 0, then I write continue. Or rather, it would be if delta is... Alright, I'm going to say this. If delta is equal to 0, break. I know that, you know, floating point comparisons, this should be exactly precisely 0 for me to stop running this. Now, if trigger mechanism is called with a delta of 0, it's, you know, it's gonna kind of do nothing. We would reset has fired every time I call tick. Actually, I want to rename this to fire this tick. And I'm going to rename this to from has fired to fire this tick. That's a better name, I think. If fire counter is greater than 0 and the mechanism fire this tick. Okay, so I've just realized something. The fire counter doesn't really make sense, does it? I'm firing this tick if I should. I'm not tracking a number here. This is just happening. So that doesn't make any sense to do that. I think the idea behind the counter was something else. So fire this tick. What this should do is get the transform of the weapon projectile marker. So weapon projectile transform. All right. Weapon resource probably reads this. Yeah. So okay. Check after actuated in case weapon has no fire delay. I don't really think I need to do that, honestly. By do that, I mean I don't need to leave that comment. That comment isn't really necessary. So cue a fire command with current transforms. So what I really want to do here is on weapon fire, I believe, would call this with itself. And I think the only thing I'd probably do with base is... Okay, I do get the controller. Okay, so I kind of need that. Node, so do projectile raycast. Node uses collider do hit. What is that? Collider is a hurt box. Do hit from node. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this up. So this should do self-controller. This should accept not a base, but From, which will be a node 3D and a transform, a direction, what is it? Do projectile raycast with a transform. The transform uses forward and right. Forward. Rotated right. Okay, so yeah. So this will take and a transform. Weapon resource, okay. So fire melee from, fire projectiles from and transform. This takes a from, which will just be a node 3D. And yeah, just pass that in there. If base controller, node is base controller. Back all that out. From, and then just transform. I'm going to rename this to from as well. Origin. Okay, so not a good name. It's already used from. Fine, just call it node. So this should take melee excluded hurt boxes. Okay. Melee excluded hurt boxes an array of RID. From node, you know what? Since I use from node there, I'm gonna do the same thing. From node. Transform. And I don't need any of that. Just call a node. Just call a node. Okay. Such a long name. Weapon fire. Weapon updated emit. Can I spell? I could just say a controller. It would be it aim. Weapon projectile transform. It wouldn't be that. But for now, I guess I'll just write that up. So these in. And then if updated. Just do that. Should be from node. Okay. And weapon fire is kind of gonna change where it's getting called. Weapon type fire melee. Same thing, right? So this takes, yeah. Right. I had to hit enter like 3 times there to get to the next line, by the way. I just thought someone would want to know that. Fire melee, what is that actually? What did that take before? Fire melee would take this, and I would get the transform from something. I might have messed that up. I might need to. I definitely need to look at that. I'm looking for weapon resource. Weapon resource. I missed weapon resource. There it is. Fire melee. Transform comes from base aim target transform. So this should provide aim target transform. And you know, perhaps I probably can check up here what the weapon type is, because melee is primary, right? So I'm going to take this off. And yeah, I need to take that off because that's kind of, I shouldn't use it that way, I think. If the melee is primary, well, also, I only need this if... I only need this in this case. This would be fire projectiles. So then I don't need that at all. That can go in here. Fire melee is a funny name. From node. Aim, target, transform, and that one. Okay. Now, honestly, well, okay, I guess melee weapons... Can melee weapons recoil? I'll leave it out here for now, just in case. I can't think of... I honestly can't think of a case where something like that should happen. I'm gonna move the window around real quick. I'll sec. Okay. No such thing as melee ammo, so I don't need to worry about that. Dog. Okay. Now... I'm going to move this up here. This is going to drop it down here. And I'm going to do print debug. Print error. Print tree pretty. Print debug, oh wow, it got really dark really fast. Okay. This probably gotta go to auto now. Crazy, I changed it to auto and it just literally, it did not get any brighter. Nuts. Why did it just get so dark? Clouds. Alright. Also, perhaps I should tie this to... I think I should just try to do something special for trying to line up particle effects with animations. You're okay. Good boy. Essentially, my thought just now was, say that I want to trigger the particle effects to start at like 0.2 seconds on some animation. Hey, Yulia. If using animations and their callbacks, I could get that call sometime after I actually wanted to start the animation. Where'd you go yesterday? I get tired. That's it. So what I would like to happen is to have some system where I just say this is the time that I want the particle animation to start at, and the sound to start at. And maybe sound doesn't have to be so aligned. Sound kind of has to be predicted as well. There's always a delay. There's always latency between when you cue a sound and when it actually starts playing. Most cases, that latency doesn't matter. For something as precise as a gunshot, which needs to happen like at the same time that I project the bullet, at the same time that the animation kicks back, at the same time that the particles start, that sound probably needs to be predicted. That's actually kind of out of my scope actually, so forget that. But for particles, that's also out of my scope. I don't know, doesn't hurt to think about it. So for particles, actually that is in my scope. Never mind, I have that. I think I have that. I think I have... Okay, so if I didn't do anything yesterday, can I add another day for where I need to add things? Do I mention it here? Oh, custom particle node. Never mind, I got it. I've got it. I can work on that. Awesome. Awesome. So for particles, if I am running, I have the time, essentially I know the instant that I cue to fire the weapon. And I can say, all right, I've cued the weapon fire. We started the timers. I can read sometime after the timer to spawn the particle has passed. So I can say, all right, let's start the particle and like fast forward it by that difference. So it would appear to line up perfectly. There's of course, it would of course cause the effect where the particle system starts a little bit late. Sometimes you might miss something, like say if I have a light flash and I read slightly too late, that light flash will just never happen. But I think it's totally fine. I think that might even look better, really. It only happened if your frame rate's too low and I set the flash time to be way too short. That's the only time it can happen, but yeah. Particle is in scope there. Sound is not. I just have to pray that the game is updating fast enough that I can play the sound relatively close to when the weapon fires. Which is actually probably helped out by the fact that I have like 1 or 2 or 3 frame delays between every weapon fire anyway. Okay. The cloud is moved. All right. Anyway. So weapon fire. All right, so this is something that probably needs to come out of here. Yeah, this so I need to manually be calling on weapon fire on physics sticks. So this, I'm just going to comment that out. Comment that out. And now what needs to happen is I think I do a deferred call. Well, actually, all right, so here's what I need to do. At this point I need to queue up a transform. A transform needs to happen here. Does mechanism? No, weapon, it would be weapon type here. Weapon type, melee is primary. Yeah, cool. So if the weapon type is primary, otherwise pass here. So essentially at this point I need to save the current aim transform. So I think what I really will just have here is an array of transforms. Is there a packed? There is no such thing as a packed transform array. I could do a packed vector 4 array. There's probably no need to do that. Actually, if I have a transform 3D, is there like a compression scheme for this that returns just like vectors? Okay, so I can construct one from vector 3s. Is it transform really vector 3s? Oh, it is. It's a 3x4. Okay. Do I really want to do that? No, that seems ridiculous. That is actually just ridiculous to do that, so I won't do that. On ready. Get a new array for fire transforms. And then aim target transform. And this would be, I don't know, I don't remember the name. Weapon projectile transform. All right. Okay. So I add that there. I add it there. Now, in my physics tick, I can go through that. So physics tech happens... Alright, so when I process input, I'm processing input from the transforms of the previous frame, which means the transforms of what I see on the screen right now. Hopefully. So yeah, I would just do 4... 4t in fire transforms. I will do on weapon fire and okay, so it's not, no, that's fine. On weapon fire, I want to do this only one time, so now I can take this out because I want to only do it once. Why is that so weirdly tapped? Yeah, put it down here. So on weapon fire, should just be accepting a transform here. And that's it. Yeah. Okay. Weapon updated emit. So I would only like to call this, okay, camera dark again. All right, I'm just gonna go to manual or automatic and just pray that it's gonna be fine. Though I don't like it. So I think recoil probably should only happen one time. Kick lock. Kick lock. Why do I have a mutex? That doesn't make any sense. I happen to know for a fact that I don't need a mutex here. So this does if weapon recoil enabled. I think what I'm going to do here is move this to its own function. As well as this updated thing. I want to call updated only once at the very end. After I've done all my fires. And then I want to do recoil only once. So even if I fire 2 bullets, I only want to do a single recoil. Does that mean... Okay, never mind. I won't do that. I'm actually going to leave it. Because if you're at a low frame rate and you get 2 bullets firing in a short time, I want to do both fires. But also, yeah, I know that I don't need that. I know that I don't need that. 100% I know for a fact I don't need that. It is impossible for this to be called from like 2 different threads. I'm not using a thread here, so that's impossible. Interpolate a recoil. Yeah, I know that this can't happen. Left off here, just need to apply our split of kick. What? Left off here? A split of kick to recoil transform, then pass the controller split via set recoil transform. Apply some small motion impulse effects to the camera when firing. I think that's done. And yeah, I'm just deleting all of this. I seriously don't need that. I think it's kind of crazy that I thought I did. Okay, weapon fire. But I will only play effects once, so I'm not stacking sounds. That would just sound really bad if I did that. I'm just gonna delete these lines, so they're gone. And yeah, I want to do this only one time. So I'll leave an updated out here, and then I'll do a return updated. This will return to Boolean now. And then this drops out here. Guess I do an if there. I don't know. This is very loud thing went by. Emit update. Okay. All right. Cool, cool. All right, now I guess I start testing this. Oh, not quite. So I still have, yeah, I still have this stuff. So cycle time, okay. Dude. Danilin. No. No, man. So the... Alright, so trigger, it's gonna be... Am I being too illogical here? I think you're talking about something that is ridiculous. So then I also want to know if the cycle timer, if we cycle, if I, oh, this might be it. Hang on. All right. Of course, you will not explain why. No, I won't. So I need some, okay. So the cycle time, like once again, I'm taking it off of animations, partially off of animations. For the weapon shooting itself, if the weapon can rechamber, if the weapon rechambering is bound to cycling, I need that to happen when this happens. So let me say it's actually going to be, instead of, so is cycled means, let me say this. Let me change is cycled to ready to fire. I think it's a better name for that. So it's checked revolver checks, can fire. You can always fire when triggered or when cycled. So yeah, ready to fire essentially. Show trigger is weapon triggered and ready to fire, which means cycle timer is empty. And then I would have cycled this tick or cycle this tick. Okay. Wait, sorry, I need to actually look at that. Is cycle. Revolver weapon is cycled. I'll miss you. Where is it? It would be a revolver. Ooh. Where is this? Weapon type revolver. Oh, revolver weapon is a data type. Wait, is it? It is. So trigger mechanism, yeah, I think is ready is a better name for that. is ready. And then I would have just the name there, and then single fire mechanism should trigger. Needs to read is ready instead. Trigger mechanism. Cycle timer is 0. And then I want Paramount makes hostile bid for Warner Bros. To trump Netflix. You have Halo and Star Trek. I don't know where their money comes from. It does not come from Halo, that's for sure. I genuinely hope they lost money on Halo. I really hope they lost money with Halo. They need to lose money from Halo. They did it so bad. Both Netflix and Paramount. Saudi for EA. Saudi couldn't collect the 58 billion they promised. So, do I check cycle this tick or what? It's an announcement that they... Well, I thought Elon actually bought Twitter with all that. He had the money for it. It was more that I think Elon offered a price and then took back his offer. Tried to. Okay, I didn't know that. I believed he had more than that money, like, liquid at that point. I'm not saying he was like loaded and he could afford it like it was nothing, but he could afford it himself. Signals declared but never used. Yeah, I'm just taking that out. It doesn't happen anymore. Stuck in his paperwork companies. Well, the thing is, when you get investment money, you can spend that money. When someone buys your stock, that money goes to you. Or that's what I thought. You only really owe it back when too many people are selling your stock, or like when someone's... Or what is it? I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. I'm trying to make a gun shoot. That's all I want to do. I don't want to talk about Elon's Tesla stock. That's obviously overvalued. And everyone knows it. So when I cycle this tick, weapon type is a weapon resource. So what I should do is, I guess I would actually call charge. Weapon is chambered but is also charging. Weapon create a negative ammo. Simple reserve total. Okay, so charge weapon, would it just be can charge? Yeah, I would say if weapon can charge, then I call it charge weapon. I believe that's what I do. So the weapon should not be charging itself. Okay, good, it doesn't. Which I'm actually surprised by. What does fire projectiles do? Okay, it'll modify the chambered round, which makes sense. It can modify the chambered round. Yeah. Alright. Firing a simple reserve non-chambered weapon. Right. Mixed reserve. Right. Out of ammo emit. Okay. Alright, so fire, yeah, the weapon doesn't do this. Let me search for, is it called just charge weapon? Yep. Charge weapon. Revolver charge weapon. Okay, so the charge weapon is a little bit different. You can always do it, essentially. There's no problem with that. So that's fine. Oh, I guess the only issue is that... Yeah. So that one's still bound very strongly to animation. I can... Okay, I think I said this. I can figure out the revolver later when I get there. I'm just going to make the normal weapons operate like this. On weapon charged... If the weapon can charge, we call weapon type charge weapon. And there's uncharged weapon. Like gold revolver scene. Yeah. Charge weapon. Alright, it's pretty simple. So fire this tick. in theory, no, this is wrong. So both of these can be true. However, it's possible I can queue to fire and charge the weapon before I fire, which I can't do. If I'm charging this tick, I have to wait for... If I fire this tick... Okay. Both can happen at the same time. The fire delay can elapse, and the charge can elapse. However, the order that I would actually call this in is that I would charge it first and then fire later. Can't do that. I need to charge... Huh. That's getting complicated. I guess what I can do, I can use this to charge the weapon. Or maybe what I do is I just wait for the physics tick and I keep asking every time, can I charge the weapon? And if I have a charge queued, I run the charge. All right, here's the order. The order is always fire, charge. It's always that order, fire, charge. Because the 0 has no de novo. Is it possible for the order to become strange? Where I fire this tick, I go through, then I add a charge, Why so many women wait till their 30s to realize building a family was a good idea? Because people lie to them? Okay, I think this is the case where I have a counter. This is the case where I do this. Right? So it's called weapon cycles. And then in physics process, I do... That's where it gets weird. I don't know if I should be doing cycles first or cycles after I call fire. I guess if I'm sticking with the thing... I can only... Okay. No. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. All right. Weapon ticks will be an array of variant because I can't figure out anything else. These need to be well ordered, and I can't figure it out. So, if T is a transform 3D, then I'm doing this. Otherwise, if T is a I guess I can note this. Note. It's a cycle tick. So I would do just for them to win an argument online. What does that mean? They have to win an argument online? Okay. We hate everything I say. You hate everything I say. I'm just working. Is this really doing this right now? Did that turn off? Piece of shit. Why is trim final new lines on save default true, and trim trailing white space on save is default false? Can we get serious? And I crashed Godot because I hovered over that thing. Why does it crash if I hover over a freaking thing? Why does that happen? Stream is gonna cut out for like 2 seconds. Be prepared. Okay, that was a lot longer than 2 seconds. That was like 20 seconds. All right. Why do you keep typing I'll miss you, dude? Are you dying today? Did you get a letter in the mail that says, hey, by the way, today is the day you die. Make sure you tell everyone you miss them. Get Godot. I don't understand how they manage that. I don't understand how they manage that. If I hover over any of those things and get that tooltip to show up, it crashes. So I can't do that. And it's saved. Alright. That's not something to say to your fans. Me asking you if you're dying because you keep typing I'll miss you? I didn't say I'm asking. In a comedic way. An exaggerated comedic fashion. All right. Order. So if T is 1, if type of T type int and T is equal to 1, if open can charge, we charge the weapon. Zombie game dev. Very simply find them. Victim of the zombie game dev fun speaks out. If we can charge, we can chamber, and we are chambered. return the chamber round as live. Chamber round live false. This is a bit strange. I find this a little weird. If I'm going to cycle the weapon, it doesn't matter what's in there. It's cycling. Alright. I'm just straight up calling weapon type charge weapon. That's... I mean, actually, maybe what I should do is I should do weapon on charge. Yeah, on weapon charge is actually what I should be calling. And on weapon charge does the same thing here. So I'm gonna do like I do the fire, where this can return a boolean. Return false. And instead of doing that, I will do oh no. Oh no. Alright, yeah, okay. I'm doing this. So, update trigger is the firing thing. Returns true if the weapon has actuated and will soon fire. Charge. Weapon should charge. Return true if the weapon will soon charge. Okay? And in fact, I'm just calling that and I'm returning true. We will do it. So the weapon charge thing should kind of needs to be like another timer. Maybe that's on the mechanism. I specify how long a charge takes. Which I mean, it's not the same thing as a weapon cycle. That one's like really animation bound. And there's automatic charging that's part of animations. Damn. Like the shotgun. I fire the shotgun, the fire animation ends, and then it plays the charge animation automatically. You know what? That one's fine. That one's fine. Weapon charging still needs to be bound to some animations. No way around that, I think. I hate that. I actually kind of hate that now. I remember when I set all this up, and I was like, oh, this is so nice. You know, the animation just plays, and it calls a thing. But now I don't believe it anymore. I don't believe that's very nice. I think the animation should just happen, and rather than setting a timer, effectively a timer inside the animation, which is just a method call that happens once it passes a certain keyframe. What should really happen is I design the animation, it plays, and I start a timer when I start that animation. And once that timer elapses, then I do some additional logic, instead of relying on the animation to call back to me and let me know when that logic should happen. Right. Maybe in another system, having everything be animation bound is better if it's implemented better. But it has problems. Mainly those problems happen if your frame rate drops. The consistency of the system drops dramatically. Right. And my one thought was, okay, well now I'm setting like a timer in 2 places, but I've always been doing that. The animation has to call back some logic at a specific time. What's the difference between dragging a keyframe and typing in the time? There really is no difference. So I guess it maybe has a slight benefit if I want to increase the rate of the animation playing. Like say for some reason I don't know, let's say I have a power-up where weapons just fire faster. I would say, alright, let's play the animation at like 130% speed or something. Or 150% speed. The animation would play faster, and I wouldn't have to move anything around, but timings are still really bad. Timings would still be really bad at a lower frame rate. Yeah, I should treat it like a simulation. I shouldn't treat the simulation as the animation. The animation should follow the simulation. In the background, I'm using my own timers and rigid logic that won't fail at lower frame rates. It'll fail in the sense that it will like bunch up firings close together. But at the very least, wherever you're looking is where the gun shoots. Whenever you hear the sound, that's when the gun has fired. The animation just may... I can't even say it may not line up, because the animation is still queued up. So the frames will still line up with the real timers, because those animations can only progress with frame rate. And my timers progress with frame rate. Okay. So charge can return a Boolean. I guess this makes sense because the scene can deny the weapon charge. Which is fine, I suppose. And then I allow the animation to control when that charge happens. That's probably fine. However, if I'm charging a weapon because of a cycle time, then that needs to happen. It needs to happen on the spot. Should I be emitting this every time? Maybe I should be. On weapon melee. This would really go into that initial delay timer, right? How would I have that fire delay? So yeah, weapon fire. If we're not in a physics frame, bad. On weapon melee must only be called on the physics frame. And then I'm going to make it look a lot like this one, so it would be weapon fire with a transform. And this does that stuff. This should just be melee transform. And then on weapon charged. I'm struggling to figure out how to split those two, so I'm just gonna... I can just allow a weapon updated to be emitted there. I believe weapon updated... Yeah. It's more meant for UI, I think. I think weapon updated is only for UI stuff. Hopefully. So on weapon melee, I'm also taking that out. It's gone. No longer called from there. This is no longer animation bound. This is purely on timers. Okay. On weapon fire. Alright, so if weapon, wait, weapon fire. Weapon melee. So this is if I press a melee button, I would call melee. And then I wait for the callback on that. Okay. One sec. All right. So melee's called from the controller. Returns true if the... We'll soon melee. Is that one fine to be animation bound? You know, whatever. I'll let melee be animation bound. So yeah, I'll move this back around. This handles primary fire melees. Which can also have delays on them. So the shovel will act like a gun in that case. But other weapons, when I press melee, I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not quite sure what I want to happen. Melee? What if I just have a timer here? So when I press melee, I start in process. I start a timer. I run that timer in process. And when that timer is up, I cue a fire in weapon ticks. Right? I'm just curious about something really quick. I can't remember what this value is. Okay, apparently I can't type. I keep forgetting that I changed the physics ticks to 64 instead of 60. How would I differentiate? I wouldn't, actually. I guess I can say I can only do one melee. I mean, yeah, there's definitely no weapon in the game that you can melee more than once per like physics stick. I think that's just the whole thing is like a full second. That's way too slow. There's no possible way. If the delta time is that high, whatever. All right, that's crazy. Whatever. If the delta time is that high. So yeah, I'll just track a timer, my own timer. And melee will have a new thing here that's like a delay before the thing happens. All right, weapon resource in the melee section. Melee is primary. Yeah, I guess I can be that precise or greater. Oh, no, I said this would be milliseconds, right? Yeah, I want this. I want this. And also when I set it, I should be delay timers, fire delay times 1,000. Times 1,000. Right. That. $500's pretty big value. Okay. All right, so delay between melee input and actual collision test. Even when set to 0, there'll still be a short delay as checked each frame, but melee is performed on physics frames. I won't even do that. I'll just leave 0 milliseconds. Okay. Right. So whenever I call melee, if the weapon cannot melee, I do this. Otherwise, I say if weapon scene go to melee happens. Because I guess you could be interrupted because of a certain animation, right? That's the idea here. Certain animations can prevent you from doing this, which is fine. Then Yeah, I guess melee timer would be equal to, like, the larger value between, like, point some minimum value here, and then... Actually, maybe I can just say that delay is something, no matter what. That would make it a bit easier. Okay. Yeah, I'll just make it so this has minimum value of something. I mean, maybe it doesn't really matter if, no, because I want it to be based on your frame where you're looking. Right. So I do timers in... I do timers in process. And then when we hit 0, I'll set a... It's at this point that I want to track the aim target. In case I have to do that. Okay, let me do this. Use that as a variant. If melee time is 0, then I set this to aim target transform, and then if I have a melee transform, then we'll do on weapon melee, that melee transform, and then set this to null. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so the bolt rifle is... The bolt rifle doesn't automatically cycle. So maybe it should be... If cycle time is 0, then the weapon doesn't cycle. That's what this means. It's not that it's an instant cycle, it's that the weapon does not cycle. A cycle time of 0 means that the weapon does not cycle. Or I guess I could just say, have a boolean specifically for that, if the weapon can cycle. Sure, I'll do that. Nah. Yeah, I'll just say 0 means you don't. You don't cycle. Okay. So then I say if is not specifically equal to 0, then we set that. And then we can never cycle if cycle timer is 0. Never happens. Okay. Okay, cool. Where's up the trigger? There it is. We call actuated, and then I say if fire this tick or if cycle this tick, then we do that. Okay. So that should never be true because it'll be 0. So with the bolt rifle, we're never cycling. And then I need to make sure that in physics process, after I run through everything here, I clear it. Well, then I guess when the weapon changes, yeah, I have to clear a bunch of things here too. Oh, there's the disconnect. Okay, good. Hear that. And okay. Well, that's cleared. And then I just thought of something. If these timers aren't... Yeah, I should have like a reset function. Yeah, there should be a reset function. Delay timer, cycle timer. Weapon triggered should be set to false. Set everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should have 6 things being set to empties. 5, 6. Yeah, okay. And then Reset state. I remember that. And then released will be true. Okay. Oh. Cool. What else? Is that it? All right, let's see what happens. See what happens when I run. Doesn't match its parent. Okay. Okay. Are we serious right now? Come on, come on. Give me the thing. Fire projectiles just isn't on the list. Okay. There we go. So this should just be from, frame, from. And then that goes away. And this would just be transform. Okay. This is really slow. I don't know what's going on here. It never takes that long to start. Just open like that. I gotta move the player over there. Wow. What is happening to Godot? That's insane. That is crazy how slow that is. Alright, pistol. The collider just doesn't... Did I turn it off? What's happening? This is on layer 1. I think I see what's going on. The pickups, because I changed how physics works, these pickups are all different now. So this exists on layer 1. So this listens for player virtual. I guess this does need its own layer then, doesn't it? So this should exist on probably... Yeah, I guess I'm going to make a new layer for this. So layer 9 is going to be... Hang on, how does this work? An area 3D. Set monitoring. Area set monitor callback. Alright, so I guess in the case of areas, if the area is masked to the layer of the other thing, then they collide. Right. That's kind of what's going on here. I gotta go find where I added this. Modules, space, layers. Okay. Joule physics, spaces, Joule layers. Area detectable, area undetectable. Okay. If one of the objects is static, test only if the non-static scans the static. If one of the objects is an area, test if the area scans the other. So yeah, it should be one of these. Area detectable, area undetectable. So I want to know when that's, how that's used. How does it mark if it's detectable or not? I think it's monitorable, right? Set monitorable. Area set monitorable. So open a tab. All right, there we go. Area set monitorable. Awesome. What? Weird, that does not do what I thought it would do. Okay. Jolt area can monitor. Is monitoring... Well, these are... If I can monitor the other, or the other can monitor me. Interesting. Where is this? Jolt area 3D get broad phase layer. Monitorable, area detectable. Otherwise it's area undetectable. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. Awesome. So detectable and undetectable are monitorable. Okay. So if the first one is a... If the first area, if it's a detectable area, which I guess in this case I probably should just do that. If object 1 is a detectable area, I return if the second scans the first. If number 2 is a detectable area, then I return if the first scans the second. If one of the objects is an area, test if the area scans the other. So then should it actually be... Actually, yeah, if it's a detectable... yeah, actually, so I want it like this. Yeah, other way around. Oh, that was weird. So if the first object is an area, I return if the first one scans it. I return if it... Yeah. If its mask matches the layer. If the second one's an area, I return if... Same thing. Cool. All right. Yeah, I do want to see. And then changes. Cool. Oh man. It's actually got to go through everything. Really? Okay. Well, here I was thinking it wouldn't be compiling today. It's like actually the first day in like probably a week at this point that I was like, oh, maybe I won't compile today. Okay. OBS is struggling. I'm a little concerned about that. A little bit worrying there. It would normally be lunchtime right now, but I kind of ate late. But I also didn't have a very big breakfast. So yeah, I'm gonna go make lunch. Yeah, I'm gonna make lunch while this runs. So I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. Alright. Yeah, so I guess let me check if this works now. Blurry camera, hello. There we go. Something might be wrong with Godot. Something might be wrong. First of all, why does this say it's 4.6? That doesn't make any sense. Why am I missing like 3 sample projects? Why does Godot crash anytime I hover over editor settings? So many questions. 30K. Nice. Alright, I just want to see if it glides. Please glide. See, that time the window opened instantly. Damn. It still doesn't. Still doesn't go. Was that broken before or after I did? I don't know. Alright, well, like I said, I have lunch, so I should eat. That should have done it. Those are areas. They're monitoring. That should have done it. All right. I've got these. I don't know why, but the background of this immediately looks like this one, like, game that Markiplier played, like once, as he usually does. Where you're like cleaning up an apartment, and then it turns out there's like a murder that happened in the apartment. All right, well. All right, come on. I don't know why YouTube thinks I can't handle. All right. Whoops. I remember how to do this. I remember.
Tindleston, asshole of the world.
Yeah, that line's crazy.
Everyone's either paying, collecting, or buried in between. My past mistakes are catching up. In this city, desperation's the currency. You can't outrun debt. You can't freeze interest.
The hair looks cool.
You can curl up and die in the street. Or you can fight the fuck.
I like how the hair is like really reactive to the combat. Is this Unreal? Oh. It should say it right in there. No, it's not. I don't see Unreal in the trade. They would put it there. MetaHuman doesn't have that kind of hair though. Like this. Oh wait, no. When does it happen? I mean, it looks pretty good, I think. It doesn't have the stuff from like, oh my god, that's Unreal Engine, right?
The currency.
This was cool. His hair flying every time impacts happen.
Currency.
I just thought that looked cool. Well, yeah, I guess I've not really been following Unreal recently, so. Wait, is 4.6 coming soon? I just see on that side. Maybe. uh Weird. They don't mention Unreal Engine.
You can't outrun debt.
But I will say they Oh no, they have both. Okay. Neat. Very silly dialogue, but neat. All right, then there's another. Dark Craft. It's just my nephew's modded Minecraft server.
The world and
Okay. Boxy characters is weird. Those are weird. Minecraft wasn't big because Steve was made of cubes. Okay? Like that's Minecraft wasn't successful because Steve was made of cubes. What are we doing?
did long ago. We just walk its bones.
It's Unreal Engine 5. They developers might be picking up on the heat behind Unreal Engine, and they're deliberately not mentioning it. So that's good at least. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? That's weird. That's just weird.
On the path to the silent faces, souls forget themselves.
My nephew's modded my code. Yeah. So this doesn't mean this isn't like a joke. This is like Minecraft has limitations that are hard to get around. One of those is hitboxes and the way the character model is built. The best you can do is like make models that fit the cube. Shape. This is like Uncanny Valley. This is weird. This looks really weird.
Nameless warriors die so that legends may live.
If you wanted to do cubes, make everything a cube. This is like, they make the asset and they're like, oh, but it needs to be like in the shape of a cube. Okay, let me fix it really quick. Like, that's what everything looks like right now. Everything looks like real model compressed to something vaguely resembling a cube. The tone of this game is trying to be serious. You can't be serious when you have Blockhead. All right. You can't be serious when you have Blockhead. And then again, this is not a cube. There's nothing cubic about the cube. The most cubic thing is the fact that it has like 4 corners on the spear.
Silence breaks, and he awakens.
This is just like comedic. It is so unserious. I don't get it, man. Dark crap. They're trying to be serious and dark, and then they have Blockhead. What are they doing? They're not thinking is what they're doing. Guys, get this. Dark Souls, but it's Minecraft. Don't think about it any more than that. Let's go make the game. No way. Why is there a latte art? Alright, YouTube, what is this?
The world ended long ago. We just walk its bones.
Right. Another unrecorded in Gmod? The game hasn't been out yet and the trend is already dead. This one? Darkcraft? Dude. Dark Lord of the Craft Ring. With Minecraft vibes, dude. This right here is all the thinking that they did. If you wanted to make Dark Souls, make Dark Souls. If you want to make Minecraft, make Minecraft, okay? We're not... Alright, you can get experimental and be like, what happens if we mix this... If we mix this tone and story with this... It's not even art style. Minecraft isn't even art style. I mean, you can't even say Minecraft is art style. It's just simple. It was made to be, well, I'm pretty sure Notch and Jeb were not making Minecraft like, guys, the art style. Don't click that. Okay, I won't. Like this is like Lego, okay? Make it goofy. If they made this a little goofy, it would be really cool. If they committed to the cubes more, maybe it'd be cool. But they're not. This scene, you cannot make this anything less than literally laugh out loud in the movie theater
And
vibes.
he awakens.
I just don't think I feel like there's they just don't understand what they're doing. They didn't try at any point to be a little funny, I think. There's literally no funniness happening here. There's no jokes. Alright, what's this one? What shaders and a camera animation can do? I just had a thought, is there like an issue with showing things that are too realistic? Okay, no, the fog is literally like circles. Alright, that's, you can't. Jeez. Even with the sound filter they have on, this is so loud. Why does that sound so loud? And what is he shooting at? Okay, looks like he got hit. It's a bunch of blow on the floor. Dude, this is so loud. Alright, one sec. You didn't come to work for 6 months. You're fired. Yeah, okay. Give me a minute here. Okay. This is really loud. Alright, I feel like the guy playing the game should be dead. He's taking so many bullets right now. It's not like we're doing anything important. Okay, he's double tapping that guy. Okay, that was more like a quadruple tap. Wait, how many times did you shoot him? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times? You shot him 5 times? Wow, alright. 4 times on that guy? This is really, really not saving the bullets here. Wait, there's music playing? Oh, there's a radio in this room? He's with somebody, right? This was made by a Russian. Does anyone use like Russian dialogue, but they're American, or just not Russian when they do something? How long is this video? Almost done. Dude. You can be way more efficient, man. It should just be one shot to the head. You don't need to mag dump a corpse. I do when I hurt my toes. Alright, he died. Don't play all that. That was just 3 minutes. The smallest road ever that I've seen has painted lanes on it. Blur body cam filter desaturated. Make my FPS like that? Oh, did I ever add... Alright, since I didn't do anything yesterday, I'm giving myself I'm giving myself today as the last day to add items. So, um, I think at this point I would like to have a screen filter. Um, There's something retro can be disabled, and the default is not death for video compression. I've seen games where, several games, where like a YouTuber is playing it, and they have to go into the settings and turn off the filters instantly because it's unwatchable. The filters are way too intense. um. Is that right? Posterization? Yeah. It just doesn't think it's a word there. All right. We'll be right back. I'm back. Star citizening my front door? The doorknob animation and destroying my door. Wait. Doorknob animation is destroying my door? Watch a video if you don't know how to make the door handle rotate. Man. Yeah. Something's going on there for sure. Something's happening there. Yeah, like 2 different door handles happening. One stayed in place and one came within really high up. Alright. Screen filter. Okay. Up estimates on these? Hours. Okay. Alright, so I still don't have collision working here. And I don't know why. Okay. Layer 1 is an area detectable or area undetectable. Return first, scans the second. Oh, wait. If it's an area... wait, how is this set up? This has a mask for player virtual. And player is a player virtual. So the layer and the mask return a non-zero value. Layer of the other, mask of the first. Same way in the other direction, because I guess either one of these can come in. Did I not write it? I don't... Huh? If one of the objects is static, test only if the non-static scans the static. Right. Monitoring, monitorable, which is fine. Mask. So is the player turning its collider off? No, it can't turn it off because it listens to this collider. This collider can't be off. If that collider was disabled, I would fall through the world. So what's happening there? That's really strange. Okay. On body entered. Monitoring true. What is this prepared node? Oh, right there. It's not disabled. Damn, it's just not happening. How does this code not handle that? Am I missing something? Oh, where's these areas? Broad phase layer. It's just area detectable and area undetectable. Those are the only options. So it must just mean that this isn't happening. Or perhaps the area 3D is doing something that prevents it from overlapping. No, this doesn't make any sense. It's something right here. I've done something wrong right here. If object 1 is an area, I return if I scan the other one. So it would... I guess there should collide. Should collide. Runs through the matrix. I haven't touched any of that code. Huh. Something is wrong. I think it might be possible that it's not doing what it should be doing. Area create. Let me find area create. A jolt area 3D. Okay, so it just makes a jolt area 3D. Okay. Let me just try running the build again. I'm gonna build it again. Something strange is happening. Okay, I'm gonna go delete jolt layers. Because I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Some miscellaneous. Oh my gosh, please just quit doing that. Okay, I deleted layers. No. No. You can't just do that. You have to... Dude. Seriously? You can't just Alright. Recompile it all. Oh boy. That's a tough command. Okay. Recompile the whole thing. Because I don't believe it. I can't imagine. That's the only thing I've changed, and that's where it breaks now. What's funny? What is this? I don't even know what that means. The ABI for passing parameters with 32 byte alignment has changed. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm projecting. But pretend I never... What? That's too hard for me to understand. But I get the idea. Well, I understand. That's too hard for me to read. The true house of God? That's Sprite. I'm trying to think of what could be set up incorrectly. If I modified No. Huh? Which one of these returns a signed integer for size? Huh? Wheels.size array returns a signed integer for size. Seriously? Jolt array. This is... Dude. That's not a clean build. This is a clean build. I deleted everything. I got the same warning twice, I guess. I guess I'll go look at player. But I don't understand how that's possible. Because the player's collider is the same thing for ground collision. It's the same thing. So it should be reading that that one of those two is an area and saying, all right, they collide. Not making sense to me. It's not making sense to me. I don't know what could be happening. It has to be the code here, but the code is correct. If the first object is an area, its mask needs to match the layer of the other object. If object 2 is an area, its mask needs to match the layer of the first one. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't... There's a few things it can be. The area can be turned off. It's not possible for the player's collider to be turned off. Otherwise I would fall to the floor. So the area's collider could be turned off. The mask and the layer could be set wrong in the area somehow. Use Google Filament with physics 32-bit to troll 50. And Godot is just not going to launch. Godot just didn't launch. What? It's crashing. What the hell? Okay, I gotta go look at the link, I guess. The link might be wrong. What if that's it? What if that soft link just breaks? And I can't update it like that? Okay. Godot Linux BSD editor double zombie game. It's just crashing. No such file or directory. What? Really? I have to relink it every time? All right, so when I link it, no such file or directory. I really don't understand what's happening here. Wait. Ah! Gosh. I just did. Delete it all again. I just gotta delete it all again. Just delete it all. File not found? That doesn't make any sense to me. So if I delete... How does... Okay. Yeah, do that. And don't do that. Skip that. I guess you're gonna have to set up a version control. What do you mean? I already do. I think that's why I was getting those weird warnings that I never saw before. No, actually, no. I think I get those again. That is so weird. Jolt array insanely uses a signed number for their size. Insane. Genuine. So if I look at what wheels is defined as, it's array. And array, I believe, is their own type. Size type, size t, which is an unsigned, I know that for a fact. But apparently their size method doesn't return that. No, what? It is a size type. You know, I think that just was whatever other compiler. That straight up is what happened there. Because that doesn't make any sense. Of course they wouldn't use assigned size. Oh! Yeah, it was because I was using LLVM. I just am not paying attention and not seeing the LLVM in there. Yeah, because I didn't compile with LLVM, so it wasn't linked. It wasn't updated. It wasn't updated link. Alright, cancel that. I've got it. I've got it. In fact, literally just undo. I was wondering why there's so many different, well, there's like 4 different 4 different object files. I was like, what? Why are there 4 different object files here? There should only be... I mean, really, there should only be 3. Dev build, production build, the non-production, non-dev build, which is what I'm doing. But really, there should only be one. So that should have tipped me off to say, oh, it's definitely because I'm compiling it wrong. I compiled it with the wrong settings somehow. And that could have just messed with stuff. And it did. It changes the name of the output file. Ugh. Oh no. I've been tired. Dude. I'm losing days, man. I can't stop. What do I do? That's like, it literally feels like something is like coming up to me and like trying to close my eyes and put me to sleep. Wow. And it's like, you know, it's that time of day that it happens too. Is it like the sunlight? Some kind of signal in my brain is like, all right, it's time to start wrapping up. It's getting late, even though it's several hours till sundown. Actually, not really. It's like two or less. Man. Winter sucks. I really love the winter. I really love snow. I love when it's cold. But I'm feeling it. The shorter day is like making me fall asleep faster. Come on, finish Lincoln. Link is up to date. All right, cool. There we are. Okay. What is that, 4 compiles I've done for like one thing? Because I was dumb and didn't pass like the right argument to my build command that I made. And I mean, the thing is, it should have picked it up. It should have picked up that it wasn't the same anymore. I don't know why it didn't. Oh yeah, because I guess I didn't turn on link, so alright. Pick up. The game crashed. I mean, sure, okay. I can only assume I made a while loop or something, and it's just never stopping. I know that I have a while true loop. I know that much. It's totally busted right now. It won't release my mouse. How did it just capture my mouse again? Oh, Godot is crashing. Okay. Stream might freeze. Wow, that's really bad. Steam is frozen too. Okay. I need to like kill it, I guess. That's wild. Okay, we're back here. That's crazy. Like I said, I know that I do have a while true loop, so I guess I'll look at it and make sure that it's behaving, because it may not be. Update trigger here. If delta is 0, break. Oh, yeah, what if there's no timer to tick down? Yeah, that would do it. If they are both 0, then do I 0 out delta? Because there's no more timer to run. Hmm. This is weird. What am I trying to do here? Because if I call actuated, I want to run... I want to run through... If I use none of the delta time and I don't actuate, That's it, isn't it? I guess let's say if not used. Like this. If not used, delta 0. We won't be doing anything else. Right. Okay, hopefully no infinite loops this time. A breakpoint. Ah. It did go into my hand this time at least. Delta 0. Cool. Oh man, the zombie's coming over here. Okay. How do I make the pistol do that? Cycle time. If cycle this tick. On weapon charged. Alright, let me see what happens here with the pistol then. That never happens. Okay. It should have happened like immediately. Yeah, let's put it there. I bet it's something weird. Or like isn't int, but it's returning a type. It's not happening. Wow. Okay. If mechanism cycle this tick. Cycle. Strange. It's not happening. Oh, what? Cycle time. Duh. And now it's bugged. Okay. Alright, so it still didn't happen. It still didn't happen. But now it's like extra bugged. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's really silly of me. It should be divided by 1,000, not multiplied by 1,000. $392. That wasn't very smart. Okay. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. Why is it like this? Okay, so I'm overcharging it, which is actually correct. I shouldn't be doing it from the animation. I'm cooked. That's it. I gotta stop there. Yeah. Weapon created negative ammo. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, that's it. Again in the stream. Thanks for watching. I don't know what it is. I don't know why this happens. Yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully to finish this, finally. It's been like 3 days now that I should have had this done. Goodbye.